daughters live in Blacksburg,
I just made
Virginia.
into a child.
Dr. Greiner attended Iowa State University for his bachelor's, Michigan State University for his master's, and then returned to Iowa State for his PhD in science. He's currently a professor of animal science at Virginia Tech University, where his primary extension appointment is with both beef, cattle, and sheep responsibilities. He's the superintendent of the National Livestock Judging Contest held annually at the North American in Louisville.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Nice set of white-faced lightweights here to get our market land show started. I think a pair of sheep here in first and second, there's some give and take in my mind between that pair in terms of what they bring to the table. The sheep we got in first, he's just got a little more total power and dimension. He's the heavier weight sheep of that particular pair. He just opens up a little nicer as you study him behind his shoulder. Got a little more forerib and just a little more total shape about him. I'd lead him up just a little bit. I like that sheep's balance. I like his levelness and length of top, his levelness at hip, his correctness on his feet and legs on a comparative basis. Lamb in second, maybe is just a touch leaner to the touch. I appreciate him in terms of his tone just a little better than the sheep we lead the class with, but gives up some stoutness and mass when that particular pair is evaluated. A nice sheep that comes in third. He too is expressive through his hip. He's got some pin width, he's got some natural rib shape, a sheep that's a little smaller in terms of his overall skeleton, but I guess the biggest difference when we put that sheep in motion, a sheep that maybe is just a little outside himself structurally, wants to be just a little rounder in his hip, maybe not quite as complete in terms of his underline, and doesn't have quite the balance, but a nice sheep here in your lightweights. Congratulations to those young people.
Third was Nadia Shakespeare of Hogantown, Nevada. Second, Landon Spencer of St. John's, Arizona. And your class winner was Kayadu of Texaco. And the rate now is Class 2 white-face. Following this will be the selection of your champion and reserve white-face market lamb. This is your first call for Class 3.
Lots of difference here in our heavyweight whiteface class, and composition really sorts these sheep pretty quickly in my mind. Young lady sheep we lead with is easily the most muscular. He's the most proper in terms of where he's at from a condition and handling quality standpoint. He's easily the high cutability sheep and got the most shape about him from end to end. He's certainly not perfect. We fixed him in his top line and let his loin hook up a little differently in his hip. I changed his front end structure and the way he holds himself together from a balance standpoint. But again, a nice sheep that compositionally kind of excels his classmates. The sheep in second, I think, has got a lot of practical things about him. He's a big ribbed one. He's really nice in terms of being square built up to his upper hip. A big wide pin set in him. He's just a little further along than he needs to be from a condition standpoint. We need to freshen that sheep up. We need to lean him up and give him more cutability, much like the sheep we got in first. But from a design and a balance and a skeleton standpoint, that's a sheep that we got to like. He overwhelms our sheep in third, who again is a real lean one, again a high cutability sheep. We just need to crack him open. He needs to be wider based. He needs to have more natural dimension as you study him up front to his chest floor. He needs to open up more when you get behind him. But it's his leanness and cutability that gets him over the sheep that we got in fourth, who arguably is a little bigger rib, but he's the softest made one of the group, and a sheep that wants to narrow back to his hip and in his pin set a little bit. But congratulations to this young lady, a nice market lamb. Good set of white faces. Give these kids a hand as they exit the ring, please.
This is your second and final call.
A real big division to get our show started here in your white face, but I think some sheep that have quality for sure. Our lightweights a nice pair of sheep that I think fit together well. The lamb that wins that class, I think, gives us a nice silhouette from the side in terms of his balance, his levelness and length of top as a sheep that's got some muscular shape about him. We commented in class, I'd lean that lamb up just a little bit and certainly blow him apart as you study him in terms of his natural rib shape and natural width of skeleton. The lamb that's second to him is maybe just a little more expressive when you get right behind him, but doesn't have quite as much rack shape and maybe doesn't balance quite as well. Our big heavyweights, certainly the compositionally right sheep of this lineup is our champion heavyweight, or our second class winner. Really muscular and shapely and lean, and a sheep that's got some bone work and some substance. We fix him some for sure as you study his front end and his top line, and maybe make him just a little more proportional like the lamb that stands ahead of him. But that said, I think he's still better out of his hip and hind leg in terms of the way he travels. Probably the best built sheep of the four is the lamb that's second in our heavy class. Unfortunately, he's just a little further along than where he needs to be from a finish and composition standpoint. Give these kids a nice hand for a good set of white faces, and we'll get your breed champion.
Champion went to Lindsay Lightful of Dewey, Arizona. Reserve went to Cayenne of Texaco, New Mexico. Third went to JC Matt Mondragon of Monta Vista, Colorado. And fourth went to Landon Spencer, St. John's, Arizona.
Well, again, lots of differences out here in this lightweight spec class. That said, I think the lamb that we used to win does so pretty quickly and pretty handily in my mind, and kind of puts the pieces together. He's easily the most powerfully built one. He's also the one that's the most attractive in terms of his pickup, and that makes this pretty logical. From there, we got three different kinds, and I guess the young lady's spec whether we use in second to me has got a nice future. I think he's a little lighter weight. He's certainly immature. I like his bone work and substance. I like his shape down his top. I like his natural productivity and base width on a comparative basis compared to the lamb in third. He's got more balance and attractiveness about him than the lamb we lead in fourth. We need to level him up in his hip just a little bit and fix him in terms of his top line, but a sheep I think that's got some good pieces about him. Really muscular, shapely lamb that's in third. I'm not sure he's feeling the best today. He's awfully hollowed out, awfully hard in terms of his makeup. I'd like to soften him up in his flank and rear belly and just give him a notch more total rib. But that sheep's got a lot of cutability. He's got a lot of muscle. If he comes into that as a heavier lamb, I think one that could move up. And a nice productive sheep we round out the class with, a little dehydrated, a little rougher in terms of his hide, not quite as shapely from a muscle standpoint, but a little bigger ribbed, a little softer flanked, and a little softer middle than the sheep right ahead of him, so some close decisions there. Give these kids a nice hand here as we start our spec division.
Fourth was it Kaylee Tanner of Tremonton, Utah. Third was the Rara Souza of Parkersburg, California. Second, Kendall Shakespeare of Loganville, Nevada. And your class winner was the Adriana Wether of Shakopee, Minnesota.
our heavyweight speckle class, and I'll be honest, I'd like to mix those two together and blend them, take what they're both good at, and I think we'd come closer to the ideal for me, because I think it's a pure trade-off here. We got the muscle power sheep that we lead with. We got the sheep that's got more prettiness and more balance that for me isn't opened up near enough and doesn't have near enough product in him. So what do in terms of how you place them? I like the product. I like the extra width and skeletal dimension of the sheep we lead with. There's no question he's the more powerfully built one of that pair. We put him in motion. He's not right in his front third. He's not right out of his hip and hind leg, and I'll be the first to admit that. And the lamb that we got in second is considerably better in those regards, particularly up front, in terms of the way his neck ties into his shoulder, his flexibility through his front end, the way he reaches and steps. I think he's slightly better out of his hip and hind leg. He's got just a little straightness there as well. But that sheep on the three-quarter view, man, we just need to open him up for me and give him more product, give him more mass and substance. So I think some give and take and a nice pair of sheep there that both have quality. I like a lot of things about our lamb in third. If we're just going to talk about muscular shape and handling quality, width from behind in terms of pin, in terms of real stoutness, the sheep competes for sure. He's quite a bit plainer in terms of his overall makeup as you study him and put him in motion. But a nice practical sheep that handles well, got lots of muscle and lots of product, and that's where he gets over our sheep in fourth in terms of being naturally deeper flanked. He's better than his underline. He's a sheep that proportionally is more muscular than our sheep that we got in fourth. He's a big, long-bodied one that's certainly level hip. I'd like to maybe stouten him up just a little bit, round out this class with a nice sheep here that comes in fifth, that again is maybe just a little looser in his pelt. He's the lightweight sheep in this particular class, and so gets outhorsed just a little bit. Congratulations to these young people. Job well done here in our heavyweight spec class.
Class 4, 6, Winter Max Tire, Raleigh, California. 4, James Tucker, Edgewood, New Mexico. 3rd, McKenna Woods of Williamsburg, New Mexico. 2nd, Tristan Salapek of Las Cruces, New Mexico. And your winner, Kayadu of Texaco, New Mexico. In the ring now is Class 5 of the spec division. Following this will be the selection of your champion reserve.
My mistake, we've got 3 classes of speckled wethers and a really nice sheep here that leads this class, and I think it's close after that. This sheep really excels, and one that you appreciate in terms of his freshness, and for being a heavyweight, he's still a sheep that's maintained some correctness of composition in terms of leanness. He's busted and chuck full of muscle, and yet handles it well from an overall skeleton standpoint. High quality sheep there to lead this class. From there, I think it's close. Second and third is where the decision is for me. The lamb that we got in second, from his hip on forward, I think we appreciate in terms of his extra springer rib, his extra muscle shape up over his rack and loin on a comparative basis. He's a sheep that gets just a little quick and a little shorter stature and handles with a bit more condition than ideal, and that's where the sheep in third excels in, is his extra framework, his extra length of body and extra trimness, but unfortunately that sheep's just a little narrower gauge as you study him off both ends. It doesn't have quite the power. Big sheep that rounds out the class, again, a growthy one that certainly gives us some presence and some profile and some balance on the side view. We just need to lean him up a little bit, maybe moderate him some in terms of where he's at from a weight standpoint, and give him a notch more credibility. But a nice, highly presented sheep. Congratulations to all these young people. Give them a nice hand for a job well done. Again, very competitive speckled division here, and some good sheep that represent some quality. I thought we had a really nice sheep to lead the lightweight class, and a sheep that's compositionally right. He's opened up in his fin and big through his upper hip. that's a sheep that we change a little bit in terms of the way he just holds himself together. He's fighting that young lady really bad, and consequently he wants to, not, his neck doesn't want to come out of his shoulder quite right. He doesn't travel quite as correctly as he needs to from the hop down. But I think from a fundamental standpoint, that's an awfully nice sheep. I was challenging to come up with a second in that class. That young lady's Wether certainly has a lot of stoutness and practical things about it. A lot of close placing here in our middle class between a really powerfully built, product-oriented sheep that isn't quite right in his skeleton versus a sheep that's really attractive and really well made. It doesn't have quite enough to him, and so we discussed those at length, but a nice pair of sheep that represent quality. We brought up to our heavyweight, just a really nice lamb for a heavyweight. He's fresh. He's muscular. He's a sheep that holds himself together as well as any, and yet has that extra quality and look. I think it's pretty easy. Give that young lady a nice hand. She'll have your speckled champion. I think a pretty logical place to hook here in our lightweight Southbound class. Not only is this lamb kind of overwhelmed the others in terms of just his sheer mass and width and product, he's the best built, best balanced one out here. In terms of the way he's constructed, young man does a nice job getting him presented. From there, it's some give and take. I think our lamb in second, this young lady gets that sheep propped up. I think he's got the right kind of skeletal quality and the right kind of look from the side view. He could be just a notch stouter as you watch him travel. He wants to be a little close to his hock. We'd like to open him up underneath and give him that mass that the sheep we use to win the class has, and make that just a little closer. But I think it's his extra skeletal build, his extra design, his extra quality that gets him over a sheep in third and fourth, both of which are a little more muscular and a little more shapely. The sheep we got in third's got a big top in him. He just needs a little more time on feed. I told the young lady just get him firmed up and toned up a little bit, and I think he fit into second pretty logically. Move on down, the lamb that we got in fourth is pretty muscular. He's leaner than the sheep that we got in fifth. Our sheep in fifth's really stout and big body. We just need to give him a little more lateness and maturity like our sheep that we round out the class with, but this sheep's just a little bit harder made in terms of his rib cage. Need to open him up and soften him a bit, but one that's going to have a lot of cutability. Congratulations here to our lightweight Southbound exhibitors.
Results for Class 6. Sixth place, Kelly Simpson from Eager, Arizona. Fifth, Colin Dixon from Johnson, Kansas. Fourth, Rebecca Bob from Placerville, California. Third, Haley Downey of Whitehall, Montana. Second, Holly Faye Switzer of Santa Margarita, California. And your winner, Joel the Latcher of South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. And the ring now is Class 7 Southbound, following this with the selection of your champion in reserve, Southbound.
Super good set of heavyweight Southdowns here, and a trio of them, and some sheep in 4th and 5th, and on down the line, honestly, that certainly have quality to them and good to them, and this top trio are pretty salty and bring a lot of positive things to the table. I think the first two sheep are very similar. Where they excel our lamb in third is they're just a nickel more powered up as you study them on both ends. I think they're both a little better as you study them right up through their shoulder in terms of the way they're put together from a smoothness standpoint. The posture of their rear leg and hip is just a touch better than the sheep that we got in third. And between that particular pair, I think when you get in behind them, you get your hands on them, the sheep that you really like and gravitate to is the young man's Wether that we start with. I love how that dude wedges from his shoulder back to his hip. He's a sheep that's still fresh as you get over his forerib. He handles with more firmness and touch than the sheep that we got in second does, and I think it's his handling quality and compositional correctness that allow him to win this class compared to our sheep in second. This sheep in second really can give you a tremendous look. When he cooperates and he gets his pieces all put together, that dude is ultra attractive in my mind in terms of the way he's constructed. I think he's ever so slightly better up through his neck and his shoulder than the sheep that we used to win the class. He's a notch more extended from flank to flank. He's a notch longer in terms of his hip structure. Unfortunately, he's a little soft. When you get right on top of him, he doesn't handle with quite that touch, tone, and firmness that we'd ideally like to have. Again, we're being ultra critical. That's a really, really good sheep this young man's brought. This is a good sheep in third, too. Just an honest, naturally wide constructed sheep. This view I love. He's big in his forearm, he's massive in his center body, he's massive up through his rack and rib shape, and just isn't quite as powered up in terms of his hind saddle. And you study him in this view in terms of the way he's postured there out of his hip and hind leg. We change ever so slightly, and I think he's got just a little more on him from a condition standpoint over his forerib than the sheep we previously talked about. A nice lamb that comes in here fourth. I like the way this guy's constructed. He's good in his top line. He's good out through his hip. He's a high cutability sheep, and that's what gets him over our lamb in fifth. He's not as muscular. He's not as heavy. He's not as powered up, but a sheep that's got more cutability and more expression of muscle as you study his top. The sheep that comes in here fifth, this guy on the side view, we like his construction. You like the way his underline fits together. You like his feet and legs. He's just a little further along from a finish standpoint than ideal. I'd like to tone him up a little bit on a comparative basis. Good set of lambs. Give our heavyweight Southdown exhibitors a nice hand.
Your results for Class 7, 5th place, Karsten Wagner of Lakeside, California. 4th, Elizabeth Wagster of Santa Margarita, California. 3rd, Preston DeClaire of Clifton, Oklahoma. 2nd, Corbin Gardner of Leonard, Texas. And Leonard Blair of Corbin Gardner of Leonard, Texas as well.
Well, not to take away from our other breeds, but I think we get in the Southdown division. I think we had lots of depth and quality all the way through. And to be honest, some sheep that suit me really well in terms of my kind, sheep that are powered up, and yet sheep that are compositionally right, have the right kind of tone and cutability about them, have quality and put some balancing and symmetry together. I thought there was a couple of them that did it really well. That pair of heavyweights, we're going to keep them together. Congratulations to those two young men. Give them a nice hand. Well, a lot of nice sheep here in our lightweight naturals, and I'll be completely candid with you folks. This class is really, really hard to sort in my mind. There's a lot of nice sheep, and depending on where you want to hitch and where you want to go, you can go that direction. I don't know that there's one in here that pronounces they are the easy class winner, at least not in my mind. I think there's a lot of give and take. The sheep we start with, I think is very complete. You might argue from the outside that that sheep probably doesn't excel any of these top 5 in any one particular area, except for balance and the way he's constructed. That sheep is the best in my mind. He's not the most muscular. The 2 sheep that you stand right behind him are the sheep that you love when you get your hands on them and get in behind them and the way they touch and handle and that kind of quality. But either one of those sheep move well enough for me. Both of them need to be reconstructed as you study them out of their hock. And what the sheepman first does is he puts that together in the most athletic package. Sure, we'd like to stouten him up and give him a notch more base width. I'd be the first to admit that. But here in the lightweight class, just a nice solid sheep to lead with. The sheep we got in second, muscular, shape-wise, is certainly one to appreciate. He's really wide constructed off both ends. He handles really, really well. He just needs to go differently behind. We can echo those same sentiments about the sheep that we got in third. That sheep is ripped up with product and muscle. He's maybe just a little more moderate in terms of his kind out here, and we just need to give him more flexibility behind. The sheep that we got in fourth, at times the sheep competes for the class winner for me. At times is the sheep that maybe could be down the line a little bit. When he holds himself together, I think a sheep that offers some things. He's productive. He's wide in his chest floor. He's got a nice turn to his top. He's a sheep that's muscular. At times he can get a little deep in terms of his chest and a little plain from the outside. And so he kind of falls in there. A sheep that's just really nice in terms of having some completeness. I think down the road, a sheep as he matures and comes together will like a little better. The sheep that comes in there fifth, just maybe a little more extreme in his pattern. He's one that's muscular as you study him behind his shoulder. He's a sheep that's a little more extreme in terms of just his extension and pattern, and consequently isn't quite as stout to go with it. Nice set of sheep here on the fence. The young people have worked hard. Give them a nice hand of congratulations.
And your results for Class 8, 5th, Wyatt One.
classic sort's a little better for me, and I think kind of quickly becomes this top pair of sheep where they excel. They're two really nice handling lambs that are opened up behind their shoulder. They're big top, got lots of pin width and plenty of product in them from fore to rear on a comparative basis, particularly compared to our lambs in third and fourth and fifth here. And between that pair, I think the one that's built better and is more flexible, we put them in motion, is the sheep that we start with. And that's what allows this young lady to win the class. That sheep becomes the most complete in terms of putting that compositional correctness on the right kind of a skeleton and package. Now, the sheep we got in second, arguably the sheep that you like the most in terms of his impressiveness up high, and in terms of his shape when you get right behind him, in terms of his twist and the amount of muscle he has. Unfortunately, he just handles it a little bit tight and not as athletic as the sheep we used to win the class. But two really nice sheep, I think, fit in there very, very logically. The blue lamb that comes in there third, again, one that I think is very lean and high cut ability. I appreciate that about him. Just need to open him up ever so slightly to make him more competitive with his top pair, just from a sheer mass and stoutness standpoint. But I like his balance, I like his attractiveness. I think he's a little higher quality sheep, particularly as you study his front third, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder, his total length of spine and length of hind saddle compared to the sheep we got in fourth. The sheep in fourth is very fresh, again, really muscular. I think he handles better over his loin hip junction than the sheep that we got coming in fifth. I think he gives us a little better silhouette and a little more natural presence when we get him out here on the profile. Really a carcass-oriented sheep that's in fifth. That means muscular. He's very lean. He's a high-cut ability sheep. He's a little raw right over there. His jump muscle and over his loin edge, we need to fix that about him. He doesn't want to quite cooperate for the young lady. He wants to overdrive and kind of detracts from him a little bit. But a really nice sheep that compositionally I think deserves to be up in there. Some real good lambs on this side. We visited with those young people. Congratulate them with a nice hand, please. Super good class, a lot of fun to sort, and particularly good quality up here on the top end. A lot of nice sheep over here that these young people have brought us. Just a really good sheep, I think, to lead with. It does a lot of things really, really well. This sheep's really complete. He is ultra muscular and fresh and has a tremendous handle quality about him. I love that about that sheep. He's ultra good and he's high. He's a sheep that's got plenty of product and muscle. When we put him in motion, that sheep maintains his balance. He's probably as good on his feet and legs and his skeleton correct as any class winner we've used. Is he the most massive when you get right behind him? Maybe not. Perhaps the sheep in second and third, or maybe just a little deeper twisted and a little more expressive right through their stifle. But neither one of them handle themselves nearly as well. Neither one of them are as lean and as good in terms of the touch as the sheep we used to lead the class. Congratulations to that young lady. I thought the decision in here was 2 and 3, and to be honest, when we put him in motion, I probably like the sheep in second just a little bit better than I like the sheep in third. On the standstill, and when we get right behind him, the sheep in third is a little better than our sheep in second in terms of his length and levelness at hip, in terms of just his mass right over his loin edge and through his hind saddle. Both those sheep are opened up extremely well. Maybe just a little more balance and symmetry in our sheep in second. The sheep in third's powerfully made, got lots of natural skeletal width and rib shape. That sheep's certainly very lean and high cut ability. Maybe just a little piece together from time to time on a comparative basis and just smooth him up and let those pieces fit together just a little nicer compared to our top 2 sheep, but awfully good one there in third. The sheep comes in forward, just falls a little short in terms of stifle shape, in terms of expression through his outer a third of his leg and his twist on a comparative basis. The sheep we round out our top 5 with, a big body, nice balanced one from the side view that compositionally he's got just a little more on him than he needs, meant to lean that sheep up ever so slightly. Good class, congratulations to all our young people here in this good class of matches.
Class 10, 5th place, Claire Murrieta, Mansfield, Arizona. 4th, Bailey DeWolf of Orange, California. 3rd, Holden Wine of Brown Oak, Texas. 2nd, Maggie McDonald of Magnolia, Arkansas. And your class winner, Jillian Keller of Topeka, Kansas.
There we go. Good set of heavyweight lambs. Lots of variation out here. I think the sheep we lead with does so pretty handily in terms of checking those boxes that we've been talking about today. A muscular, product-oriented sheep that's got some balance and look and symmetry about him. He could be just a notch leaner and a notch fresher, and that's my criticism of him. But getting them this time of year and up in this weight, they're going to have just a little on them if they've got some productivity to them. And so I think he's fresh enough in that regard. We just like to lean him up a bit. But he's the powerfully built one in this particular class. The sheep in second's a little bigger in his kind from an extension and length of body standpoint, but just doesn't hold a candle to him in terms of stoutness when you get right in behind him. Nonetheless, I think he's a more product-oriented sheep. I think he's stouter. I think he's more opened up off both ends of his skeleton than the sheep that we've got in third. Propped up, this sheep certainly deserves to be up in there because he's one that gives us a nice balance and look. He's probably as lean as any sheep that we've got out here and as fresh as any, and I appreciate that. And he just needs to handle with more muscle and more stoutness and more true width as you study him come and go. But a nice looking one that young man's done a nice job presenting. I think a similar case for the sheep that comes in there fourth, although he's not as neat in terms of his hip shape, he's not as good in terms of his skeletal posture off both ends of his skeleton, but again, a lean, muscular sheep, and again, in a heavyweight class that gets him up here. A big, productive, stout sheep that comes out, ranked, lined up our top 5 with. This sheep's a little more mature in terms of his neck. He's more mature up through his breastbone. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. We need to freshen him up and lean him up a little bit to move him on up the line. Congratulations here in our heavyweight set of naturals.
New Mexico. Third, Brady Galindo in Calipatria, California. Second, Audrey Towns of Raleigh, California. And your winner, Jenna Schmid of Campo, California. In the ring now is the selection of your champion reserve natural market limb. Following this class will be the selection of your Arizona's best natural market limb.
arguably is more massive all the way through, but I don't think his pieces fit together quite as nice as our class winner did, but a high quality sheep there that was second. Then our heavyweights, again, I think this heavyweight champion fits the mold in terms of type and kind and quality, as we just talked about. He's a little further along than he needs to be and a little past his prime from a finish standpoint, and a big sheep that followed him in second, which is a little more extreme in his pattern, but a good sheep nonetheless. I thought there was two that hit me hard. We're going to keep those two lambs out of class 3 together. Champion and reserve match, I'll give them a nice hit. For your Arizona champion, I guess. The blue lamb, as we study him, a lamb that's really gives us a nice silhouette of that pair. I think he's a little leaner and more compositionally right. The lamb behind him arguably is a little stouter when you get right behind him, but maybe doesn't balance quite as well. We're going to use the young lady in the front with the darker keep as champion, a lighter color when he was served. Good job to these young ladies. get started in our crossbred show. Lots of differences here in our lightweight class, and a lot of room for these sheep to develop and grow, and they're going to change over time. And the young man's Wether that we start with, I think, puts the pieces that the second two excel at, puts them all together in the best package. He's a sheep that's got a little more extension about him and a little more feature from that standpoint. I think he's got an ample amount of shape on his top. I'd change him a little bit as he handles his hock and the way he's designed back through his stifle and his twist, and that's where the sheep in second and third really excel. But I think compared to our sheep in second, he's more extended into his time. He's better in his breastbone. He's a sheep that's more youthful as you study the front third of his body. The sheep in second's really opened up and really stout, and probably the most product-oriented sheep that we've got in this particular class. He wants to get just a little unstable as you study him from behind. I fixed him some in that regard. I like his extension, his lateness and maturity. A little bigger sheep than we've got in third. Our sheep in third is certainly powerful and certainly muscular. I mean, he's really moderate in terms of the way he's designed. He's a lighter weight sheep out here as well. He gets big enough, a sheep that's certainly going to be very competitive. I think he's still balanced as well. I think he's a little better in terms of his silhouette than the sheep we got in fourth. Wiggins a very muscular sheep that we changed just a little bit. In terms of his forerib, our sheep in fifth, probably the plainest one of our top five, but a big rib, a stout featured sheep that I like in terms of his pin whip. I give him just a little more dimension right down his top. Congratulations to these young people, and best of luck down the road with your lightweight crossbreds.
Fifth place, Cora Stratton of Moapa, Nevada. Fourth, Silas Shakespeare of Logandale, Nevada. Third, Michaela McGuire of Parker, Arizona. Second, J.C. McLean of Sanger, California. And your class winner, Matt Pryor of Raleigh, California.
Well, one of those classes, I think we could do a number of things up here, and I think we could justify it in our own mind. I think probably what separates them more than anything is showmanship. This young man's done a nice job getting the sheep presented, and the sheep cooperates with him, and consequently, that sheep puts together the most positive things in terms of we put him in motion, maintaining some balance and symmetry, and having enough product in him. I'll be the first to tell you that sheep is not stout enough for me. He's not my kind. But in this particular class, finding one that's got the extra stoutness and width, the skeleton and dimension, and putting it together in the right skeleton that's good enough structurally, we simply don't have it. And so this sheep works his way to the top. I think the sheep that runs with him out here is the sheep in second, who arguably looks better when we put him in motion than when he stands still, because he just doesn't want to cooperate. He doesn't want to drive for the young lady. He wants to pull back the whole time. Consequently, he gets off in his rear leg posture. His front end doesn't come together. I think that's a pretty good sheep, young lady. On down the road, if you get him broke good and he gets to cooperate, and I think a sheep that's going to have some success. Really a muscular, product-oriented, really shapely sheep that comes in there third. It's just awfully green yet. We need to let this sheep mature, soften up in his flank, give him some more rear belly. As he does that, I think he's got the product and the muscular shape, and I think he'll hold himself together a little bit better. The sheep that comes in there fourth, and we need to redesign him out of his rear leg. He's got plenty of carcass merit and plenty of terminal shape. We just need to redesign it. A lot the same for the sheep that comes in there fifth. He gets out, he's got a good touch to him when you get behind him. He just doesn't move quite well enough and quite correct enough as you study him from the hock down. Good job to all these young people here in this lightweight class. best assorted here as we move through these lightweights, and I think a trio of really nice sheep to work through, and each one of them's got some pieces that I think would enable him to win the class. But all said and done, I think the sheep that's the most complete is the lamb we lead with. Where he does that, I think he's got that extra width when you get right behind him in terms of his upper hip and his pin set. And to put that together with the sheep that's constructed the best in terms of his flexibility out of his hip and his hind leg. He's the longest as you study his top line and back through his hip on a comparative basis. He's a sheep that I think's got some come to him yet. He's not the most mature. He's not the hardest handling sheep of that trio, and maybe he isn't quite 12 o'clock yet, but for a lightweight, I think that's perfectly fine. Where he beats the sheep in second is his mobility, his length and levelness of hip, his flexibility and trueness of hock structure in the way he moves. Where he beats the sheep in third is he's longer from flank to flank, he's leaner, and just a little crisper over his top, if you will, and I think he's more correct in terms of the way he's shaped out of his hind saddle. Second and third, I thought, was the decision. I think we just got more power in the sheep in second. He's more opened up behind his shoulder. He's bigger through his upper hip. He's wider pinned. He's got more shape from behind compared to our sheep in third. Our sheep in third's arguably more elevated up front. I think he's more correct in his rear leg posture than the sheep that we got in second, and I think he balances a little better when you get him on the profile. But of that trio, he's the one that I change the most when you put your hands on him. He's maybe just a little plainer, a little more mature, a little further along in terms of the way he handles from a muscle shape standpoint. Being ultra critical, that's a darn good sheep. That young man has done a tremendous job showing. Congratulations to him. Contrasting pair of fourth and fifth place sheep. Sheep in fourth is really powerful and blown apart. Needs to be better in terms of his shoulder and his rear leg design. The sheep in fifth is really extended and really good in terms of his pattern and just needs more power and more muscle. Congratulations to all these young people. Good set of lightweights again. Folks, another really good set of sheep, and this trio is really good. And I'm not, you know, you could do it lots of ways depending on where you wanted to put your priorities and what you wanted to emphasize. And if you like them different than me, then I wouldn't argue with you a long time. I'll share with you how I see them. I think the differences are fairly pronounced in the sheep, and the lamb we start with to me is the most complete. And that sounds really boring, and it's not very exciting, but it's the honest truth in this particular class, because compared to our sheep in second, he's a sheep that's assembled better in my regard. I think his pieces fit together better. In terms of what I mean by that is his top line's neater. I think he's more stable from the hock down. I think he's more assembled when we put him in motion, and more athletic. He's got the extra muscle that the sheep in third is maybe just a notch plainer compared to our top pair in terms of being over its loin edge and the condition that it carries and once you put your hands on it. So I think this sheep puts everything together. Is it as extreme in muscle mass and substance and shape as the sheep in second? No, that's not even close. The muscle sheep in here is the lamb in second. No question about that. We can all see that. My problem with him is he just needs to be a little smoother and a little more complete in some areas. I like his top line, hook his loin up into his hip a little differently. Maybe that's because he's got a monster jump muscle in him. Maybe that's because he's got just that extra dimension when you get in behind him. But you put him in motion, he's not as true in his movement, he's not as accurate, he's not as comfortable. The sheep in third arguably is built back similar to the sheep in first. I'd probably admit that. At the same time, I think compositionally he's third in here, and third by some margin compared to the top two, just from a muscle shape and from a firmness and a cutability standpoint. I like a lot of things about this lamb. I like this view. The way his upper hip is awesome. His pin set's really good. He's extremely wide base behind, and he's ultra good in terms of his balance and silhouette. That's a really good sheep to be third, young lady. Congratulations. Sheep we got coming in for us, another really terminally oriented one. He's really shapely as you study him. He gets just a little flatter in terms of his rib shape. He's a little narrower through his chest and forearm. Doesn't open up with quite the substance of the sheep ahead of him. We're going to be a little repetitive and say the same thing about the sheep that comes in there fifth. Again, one that's very muscular, really shapely, got lots of product and terminal value. But again, we like to open this sheep up in terms of his rib cage and upper rib shape to be more competitive with that top trio. Congratulations to these young people. Very, very competitive class.
Texas, and first place daily fever from Redwood Valley, California.
Give him a hand, folks. It's all right to clap. That's why we're here, right? We're here for the young people. Great set of sheep, and again, some differences for sure to discuss. And young man sheep that we lead with, again, I think one that handles extremely well. He's fresh, he's big topped, he's shapely. He's got plenty of product in him. He's maybe not quite as burly in his makeup from a body shape standpoint as the lamb that we got in second, just in terms of depth of forerib and flank and true rib shape. But from a muscularity standpoint, he actually handles a little better up over his top and over his rib. From a cutability standpoint, he's got enough shape when you get in behind him. Young man, I'm going to tell you flat out, I'm not a big fan of the belly wool thing. If that sheep, he looked just fine without that wool on there. He's proportional, he's good in his underline, at least as near as I can tell. The sheep that we got in second, certainly one that's got some rib and some dimension and some power. Appreciate that about him. Maybe just a nickel planer mane as you study his lower shoulder. You study him in terms of the way he balances and presents himself. Maybe not quite as much extension, and we talked about the differences in terms of handling quality, but I think he's more muscular for sure. He's more opened up behind his shoulder. He's better over his loin edge. He's a sheep that's more comfortable in motion as well compared to our sheep that we got coming in third. Just a nice solid sheep that's high cutability, shapely up high, got some muscularity about him. He needs to move a little better, give him just a little more substance as you study him throughout. Young lady sheep that comes in there for it, just a really practical market lamb. He's not real flashy. He's a sheep that arguably is a little green yet and just needs a little more time, and you can kind of see that over his loin edge, as that loin edge is just a little rough hooking up into his hip there. But just a practical, wide built, good shapely lamb. It's got lots of product in him. I think on down the road with just a little more time, we'd like that sheep a little bit better. The sheep that comes in there fifth, again, very attractive in terms of his makeup. I like his balance. I like his silhouette and his symmetry. I just like to open him up and stout him up and give him more width of chest, give him more openness as you study him from shoulder to twist compared to our top end of the sheep. Good lambs on this side. Young people have worked really hard. Give them a nice hand as we complete the class.
Class 16, fifth place, Caitlin Estridge of Lubbock, Texas. Fourth, Deanna Young, Manhattan, Montana. Third, Addison Zerba, Roseburg, Oregon. Second, Olivia Sandy, Stephenville, Texas, senior class winner. Wesley Bergen of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. In the ring now is class 17. This is your first call for class 18. First call for class
Really nice class, folks, and a lot of fun to sort through these sheep. They're really, really good. They've got lots of unique pieces, and there's probably some of you standing back there, and I've been through this thought myself in the ring. This is the pretty sheep in class, right? This is the one that's assembled the best. He's really cool from the side. He's ultra good in terms of his balance and his skeleton and structure. But that's not why he wins necessarily. He wins because compositionally, he's the most appropriate. He's leaner, way leaner than the sheep that find themselves in second and third. He's not as powerful. He's not as muscular and as opened up from fore to rear. That sheep's plenty opened up, and you put that kind of compositional correctness, and he's ultra good in terms of his balance and skeletal quality, and really, really fresh. But ultimately, it's his leanness and cutability that allows him to win the class. Put that together on that kind of a package, and he kind of logically fits there. The power sheep in here is in second. There's no question. I love that sheep from this view. I love the way he opens up in his chest. I love his upper rib shape. He's monster hipped. He's big pinned. That sheep's just got power everywhere. Unfortunately, he's just a little further along than where he needs to be. He pushes too much in his elbow pocket and his forerib. He's just got too much on him from a condition standpoint. Along with that, he could move just a little easier. I think he still moves better than the sheep that we got in third in terms of his comfort and athleticism. But man, I love that dude's power. I love the way they put him in that kind of a constructed package that's still balanced and still decent in his underline. That's a really unique sheep. He just needs to be leaner. The sheep that comes in there third's another awfully good one. He's powered up. He's got a lot of muscle shape and expression as you study him all the way through. We put him in motion. He's the one that gets off in his hip. He's the one that gets underneath himself from behind and just doesn't move out with quite the authority and trueness from hock down on a comparative basis. Nice pair of sheep these young ladies have driven here in fourth and fifth. Our lamb in fourth just needs a little different loin hip hook up and need to open him up as you get right back through his pins on a comparative basis. The sheep that we got coming in fifth, that sheep when we put him in motion, he could be just a little more athletic. He gets just a little flatter in his rib, but I thought he had extra muscle shape and had extra cutability compared to some sheep that we move on down the line. Give these kids a nice hand. Another very competitive class.
For class 17, fifth place, Madison Eugenia from Waco, Texas. Fourth, Livestock of Yuma, Arizona. Third, Olivia Sandy of Stephenville, Texas. Second, Kirsten Wall of Sulphur, Oklahoma. And first place, Madison Wood of Yosemite, California. And the ring now is class 18. Following this class will be the selection of your champion in reserve, lightweight black-faced market lamb. This is your first call for all first and second lightweight market lambs to ringside.
I don't see it.
really an awesome pair of sheep in this particular class that suit me really well. And that's what makes this so much fun, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what's coming. We got 2 more divisions of sheep, but man, these guys are awfully good. We've had some awfully good class winners this fun as they're not doing the division. That pair of sheep suit me really well. And why we do that is they're really product oriented. They're really stout, large skeleton sheep. They've got monster ribs in them. They're big in their upper hip. They're big when you get behind them. And yet, the sheep, when we put them in motion, they look the same as when they're doing a drive really hard. That's to maintain the silhouette and the balance. Put in the right kind of a skeleton. I think the differences are subtle. The sheep that we start with, to me, is a notch longer height saddle. He's a notch better right through his hip in terms of his elevation of his back, his levelness of hip. I think he's got just a little more weight behind his shoulder. And I'm comfortable he's a little leaner and firmer to the touch than the sheep that we got in second. Now that said, I think there's a notch more total product in this sheep that we start with. When you get right in front of him, I think he's more opened up in his twisting. I think he's got more forearm than the sheep that we have in second. That said, the sheep in second is more expressive in his muscle, perhaps in his twist. He's lower stifle. This gives you a little more focus than you do on the side view in terms of when he's shape. But at the same time, he's not as long and level and direct in his hip state. I don't think he's quite as comfortable when you put him in motion as you step him out of his rear legs from a flexibility and athleticism standpoint. I think that's a good sheep. He's fresh, he's lean, he's monster top, he's really expressive. This is not quite as much a silhouette in that sheep as probably a skeleton as a class winner. 2 awfully good sheep. This young lady just went into a buzzsaw, here with a dirt clean sheep. This one fits from a balance standpoint, from a type and time standpoint, it fits. Unfortunately, from a composition standpoint, he's a distant third, just from a muscle shape and from an expression and leanness standpoint, but a really nice balanced sheep. Young lady's got a powerful sheep that comes in there forward, really product oriented, extremely terminal in terms of lots of value from a muscle standpoint. He just needs to be fancier, needs to be a little cleaner up front, a little more extended, and just put a little more athleticism and pizzazz in that sheep, if I can use that word. The sheep that comes in there thick is a little more along those lines. He's a little harder to him. He's not quite as good in terms of his hip design. He wants to run downhill just a little bit as he's starting to roll out of his hip and isn't quite as correct. But again, a high credibility lean sheep that has a lot of terminal value. Congratulations to those people. Very competitive class.
Guaranteed of Las Cruces, New Mexico. 4th, Gated Giants of Madera, California. 3rd, Landry Sons of Renton, Nebraska. 2nd, Dylan Simpson. Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Interclass winner, Brandon Newsom of Colton, Texas. Considering now
good sheep. You know, people are working really hard, and confidence to them. They're excellent showmen, and have got these sheep working extremely good. I'm not going to go through and talk them all. I thought we had some awesome classes, particularly these last three classes were very competitive, and sheep could suit me extremely well. There's one out here that just puts together the pieces the most uniquely in terms of its compositional correctness and terminal value. Yet a sheep that's ultra good in terms of the skeleton, ultra good in terms of the way he balances up and presents himself. Put your hands together, you'll get out of our last class. The recognition. Well, we're going to drop off the line and bring that second place in. I think that sheep, along with the sheep that won Class 6, the sheep right ahead of him, are two extremely high-quality sheep that we talked about. That sheep out of Class 6 is also good in terms of his balance, his construction, his skeletal design, and yet very lean in composition, right? He's got his muscular and his stout and powered up as our champion or as our second place out of Class 7. That second man out of Class 7 extremely muscular, and yet I still think very adequate. We're going to follow the reserve for him. Go right in front of him and 83 overall.